Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Malta. So we've got a long old way ahead of us today. We're heading back to Bristol. So around about, according to SimBrief anyway, about 3 and a bit hours. So a bit of a long one by our usual standards. But Wasp suggested it, and I thought it was a good idea. So we'll go for a bit of a longer one today. Not sure what the conditions are going to be like in Bristol by the time we land. I've got a funny feeling it might be a touch on the windy side. So we'll have to see on that front. But as for the plane, of course, I'm sure most of you can see we are in the Fenix Airbus A320. A plane that I still don't feel that confident in. When you consider how long I've owned the plane, I'm trying to think when we bought it. Was it... I think it was the summertime. And I really struggled with it initially. Really struggled. And it surprised me because we've spent so long on the channel leading up to it in the fly-by-wire. Like, the fly-by-wire was my default for a long time. A long time. And then obviously the 737 happened, and that plane did nothing but stress me out for several months. But then once I got it. And it was like, yeah, I really love this plane now. And I feel like the Fenix is... I'm on the way to feeling the same way, but I'm not there yet. And that's no fault of the Fenix. It's a fantastic aircraft. It's my fault. It's a familiarity thing. But we'll keep working on it. So yeah, suffice to say, don't get your hopes up for the landing. It might be a little bit plant it down and just be thankful we can all walk away. But that's okay. Of course, we've got the Bristol bounce to contend with, which I very much look forward to. Alright, let's have a little look at our routing. So, let's pull in the flight plan from SimBrief. There we go. So, here we are, all the way down to Malta. South of Italy. So, apparently we're taking off on runway 23. And then we head up to GZO. So we're on the GZO3 Charlie departure. Head up to GZO. Soppe, Mabox, Adexi. Over just kissing the edge of Sicily. As we head on up. Keeping on going. And then we get the south of France. Just trying to work out where in the south of France. Just over Nice, I believe. Where's Nice? Yeah, Cannes. Yeah, Nice. So we should get some views of Nice, hopefully. And you've got Monaco. Where's Monaco? Is it around here? I know it's not far. Morning Pixel, morning Simon. So, from there it's a fairly straightforward routing, more or less in a straight line relative to where we need to go over France. And then we make our way up to Biggin Hill. Make a left. We will have Heathrow out the window on our right. And then we begin our arrival into Bristol on the ICTAM 1 Bravo arrival. Now we're doing runway 27, so we're kind of all heading in the right direction. Let's just pop in the ILS and... Do we actually need to transition at Bristol? Can we not just go final? Final, here we go. That would make more sense given the direction we're coming from. I mean, it may be that we get ATC. In which case... Oh, wait. That's my alternative. Yeah, alternative. Runway 27. From ICTAB to runway 27. Looks like it wants us to do a little loop here. Alright, we'll do BRI 1. Keep it happy for now. Very strange. Morning, Dexter. Yeah, no rush, Tricky. I'll be a minute yet, so all good. How much is a Navigraph sub? Oh, I forget. Is it like... It's under €10 a month. Or you can pay for a year and get it for cheaper. I should really do that, because I'm paying for it every month, and I'm going to keep it, so it's a bit dumb to keep doing that. I should probably just cough up and pay for a year and save a few quid. It varies every month, Pixel, I think, because obviously it's charged in euros. And depending on exchange rates here in the UK, it always works out a little bit differently. But yeah, similar sort of thing. So that is our little route for today. Now, what's the weather looking like in Bristol? At the moment, 2:30 and 9 knots, which is fine by me. That's alright. Do we have a TAF? Fingers crossed we'll be alright. Fingers crossed. Jolly good. Right, we better get inside. Start getting things fired up. Right after I get my Simbrief page loaded on my other monitor. Call sign today, for anyone wondering, is X-Ray Alpha November 202. Having a bit of a weird time with the X-Ray Alpha November thing, because for whatever reason, if you go onto map.vatsim.net, so SimAware, and like click on me, it comes up that I'm Southjet Cargo, and someone spotted it the other day on stream and asked about it. I thought, oh, that's a bit funny. Couldn't find any reference to Southjet Cargo anywhere, other than it was apparently the fictional airline from the movie Snakes on a Plane. So, not entirely sure what's going to happen there. I did write to VATSIM and said, like, what should I do? Like, is there a list of virtual airlines that you can give me the codes for, so I don't inadvertently tread on anyone's toes? And they just said, oh no, you don't need to worry about that. Just there's no reserve codes. Have at it. So we'll see. But what's weird is that for the last couple of flights, and some other people that were flying as airnaut when I wasn't flying, they said they landed into Heathrow and they got sent to a cargo gate. So probably the controllers are also seeing this Southjet Cargo and think, oh, cargo, send them to freight. Which is a bit weird. So it may be that X-Ray Alpha November isn't here to stay. It might just be for long-term convenience we find something that doesn't sort of scream cargo at the controllers, because every time we land, otherwise we're going to have the conversation, oh, can we actually go to a passenger gate please? And then they're like, but your cargo. It's like, no, we're not actually, it's because there's this weird thing going on, blah 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 blah, and then it's just going to get weird. So we'll see. Morning, Rob. The stream should be looking good. It's in 4K. Thanks to the 4080 Super. 4K, AV1. Believe it or not, we're only streaming at 15 megabits per second. Again, that's thanks to AV1. That being said, it might be that we build a second streaming PC, in which case I'm going to put my 3070 in it, in which case we can't use AV1, so we're back to square one on that front. But could be benefits there as well, because if I'm recording an AV1 as well, I think it's a little bit harder on my Mac, because it doesn't have the dedicated encoders on the chip, whereas it does for a H.264. So, I don't know. Let's hop in here and have a look. So, batteries on, external power's on. I've done the nav line just because that takes flipping forever. So let's get strobe auto, nav and logo 1. Let's get that APU on. Hopefully not tricky, because I do put in my remarks what my actual call sign is. Coming into Gatwick on Saturday, I introduced myself as X-Ray Alpha November, I forget what the number was, like 212, with you on Juliet, once I'd come off the runway. And the first thing the controller said was, oh, air not, 202, taxi to... So, yeah, some controllers look and some don't, because I've had it before where I haven't introduced myself as X-Ray Alpha November, and I've just said, air not 202, stand 54, and the controller's been like, who are you? Then I have to say, oh, X-Ray Alpha November, then they're like, oh, okay, fine. And then they say X-Ray Alpha November from then on, despite in the remarks it says otherwise. Alright, oxygen. Arm the emergency lights. No smoking. Thank you very much. Let's get the old fuel pumps on. Good. That'll do for now. Okay, let's go to the ATSU menu and the AOC menu. Flight init. I haven't done this for a while. We'll do init data request. There we go. So LMML is Malta, Bristol. Alternative is Heathrow. X-Ray Alpha November 202. Estimated time en route 3 hours 13. Yikes. Good times. Ask me like 2 hours in how I'm feeling. I'm like, oh, I should have just done a shorter route. Right, let's do an init request. Flight number... Let's pay extra for November 202 again. Cost index today is 27? Yeah, 27. And apparently we're cruising at 360. Is the 7800X 3D worth paying twice that of the 7600? I mean, it is a better chip. Ultimately, it's a value proposition for yourself, I guess. How badly do you need that extra performance? Do you need the extra performance, or is it just like, I've seen it so I want it? What's the goal? I forget who it was. It was a reviewer, and they were saying they had someone in their Discord being like, oh, I really need to get the 14900K. I'm waiting for the 14900K. And they were like, what's the goal? They're like, oh, I want to get 200 FPS in Warzone. It's like, you could have had that 2 years ago for like half the money. So you kind of have to approach everything from the point of view of what's the goal. Again, for me, it was like with this, what's the goal? 4K 60. 4080 Super. 5800X 3D does that. Yes, could have spent more. But those parts achieved the goal. So yeah, it's a funny one. 7600 is a 6-core pixel. Yeah, that's right. And as for DLSS, I do not have DLSS on, but I do have frame generation on. So for anti-aliasing, I'm using TAA. And then frame gen on top of that. Apparently that's the sweet spot because the DLSS upscaling gives you like the fuzzy displays. So like on the altimeter here, you would get like fuzziness as the numbers scroll by. Whereas if you use TAA and frame gen, you don't get that. Right, cruise level 360. According to SimBrief. Jolly good. So there's nothing on ATC wise at the moment. So we'll just tune 122.8. We'll see if Tricky's on. We'll do a radio check in a minute. What was I doing? Flight plan. Departure. Runway 23. It's GZ03 Charlie, wasn't it? Insert. Looking good. Into Bristol. Arriving ILS 27. And it's the ICTAL 1 Bravo. Let's have a little look. So, looking at the ND, out of here, make a right, up to GZO, then it's straight up. More or less in the same direction, all the way up over France, until we get to the UK. There we go. Big. That's Biggin Hill, so over London. Ictam. Sorp. Asham. Posmax. MBRI. Did not give us the transition. Yeah, BRI 1. Let's do that. Just for now. There we go. So in around Bristol, up and around, in on final. I may self-vector, to be fair, if there's nothing online. And it may be ATC also. If ATC is online, it may be they vector us in anyway. So that should be good. Sort out this little thing here. There, lovely. Let's go to our perf page. Departure performance. Runway 23. Tricky, you on 23? 1019, that's a good thing to do actually. 1019, 1019. Hey Ben. 137, 140, 140. 137, 140, VR, 140, V2. Yeah, getting there, Wise Hat. Getting there. Feels like the last little bit's taking a minute, but that's okay. Alright, transition is 5,000 on the way out. Main on tower frequency until 2000, then contact radar. Blah, blah, blah. Looks fine. Initial climb clearance 5,000 unless directed otherwise by ATC. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So we're doing flaps 1 up 0.1. And our flex 2 temp is 61 degrees, which does make sense because it's nice and warm out there, I imagine. Good. Making a server for 10k subs. A server for what, Pixel? Good. I feel like I'm forgetting some stuff. It's been a while since I've set up an A320. I don't think I am. That's weird. Why do I not have a cruise? There is one, Pixel. It's members only though, at the moment. I've forgotten. Why haven't I got a cruise altitude in? Definitely forgotten something. Managed. Did I do my weights? No, I did not do my weights, did I? That's what it is. That's what it is. Thank you. I knew I was forgetting something. Alright, what are we on? 56.4, 30.9. There we go. Now it's in. Thank you. Yeah, it was there, but that's because I typed it. I wanted it here in the flight plan. 360. Nice. So is it south to north? You go even. 360 is right, isn't it, given my direction of travel? That's what I'm considering at the moment. Ricky, what's your cruise? 35,000 in the window. Let's get our constraints on. Put that back into arc. Morning, Badger. Alright, APU bleed on. And What you flying, Tricky? Is that you over there? Or are you out the other side? Ah, there you are. Good. I definitely need to get better at the bus. I feel like it used to be second nature, and now it isn't, and that's not good. That's really not good at all. Alrighty, let's get GSX lined up and get out of here. So we've got a long way to go.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yeah, Tricky's taking the scenic route. I'm having a bit of trouble with the music at the moment on the stream, guys. It's royalty-free music, but then I keep getting these annoying people trying to claim that it's theirs, and then they take the money from the video, so I'm having to do without it for now. But I'm curious whether you care or not. I kind of feel like once the plane started,
Bypass pin inserted.
it's quite nice just to have the engine noise. I don't know. I know some of you like it, but I'll do a poll later. Oh, Wasp, good to see you.
Locking gear.
Malta traffic, A 0202, radio check. Roger, thank you, Captain. That's a bit of mutual respect there. Okay. So we are currently facing north, we're going to face west. I don't even know what stand I'm at. Completely forgotten. Will it show on the VFR map if I zoom in? Of course it won't. Alright, let's look over here then. Five by five. Why haven't I got my website linked in the description? Probably because I reused an old stream description, Ben, if you want to know the truth. However, hold that thought. You'll see it in a minute. Okay. Not entirely sure what stand we're on. And we're on the rubbish default scenery, as you can tell. I mean, look at that. Just like loading the tarmac in and out. Incredible. So by the look of it, Tricky, if I push back, I'm going to go right into you, aren't I? Okay, Malta traffic, A 0202, pushing back and starting facing west. So we want nose left, tail right. Suppose we could just do a straight pushback. That way we don't risk hitting tricky. Let's just do that.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
And the scenery is certainly seen better days, isn't it? Right, Tricky, we'll try not to clip you over here, okay? I'm going to do a straight pushback until I get the tail to around here. Then I'll start and turn and get out your way. You in X-Plane today, Tricky, or otherwise? Alright, I'm going to leave it there.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
Yeah, got some N2 on the go. No comment, Wasp. Ricky's levitating, that's always good. Let's go engine one. Oh, hang on a minute. We got to see this. Is everything alright, Tricky? Yeah, alright, Wisehat. I'll do that when we get into cruise. This is only going to embolden Wasp, isn't it? See, I told you Boeing's are rubbish. Alright, let's get rid of GSX, because they keep beeping and annoying me. Confirm good engine start.
We have a good engine start. Please disconnect.
Okay, flaps 5, speed brake on, predictive wind shear on, lock the door. Ricky's still upside down. Yeah, there he is, look.
Unlocking gear.
Yeah, we'll just take in the views of Tricky.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Yo, thanks for the 20. Thank you very much indeed. THB, what is that? I'm not familiar with that, but I appreciate it nevertheless. I really do. Thank you so much. Just working out how I say your username. Apsperit. Apsperit. Is that right? Honestly, it's one of the hardest things about this YouTube game. Ground spoilers, arms, seatbelts, no smoking, blah 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 blah. Alright, let's do takeoff check. Cabin. I'll be out your way in a minute, Tricky. So we're actually going to have to go on the runway, aren't we, to get there? That's runway 31. Malta traffic air not 202, taxiing to runway 23 via X-ray Foxtrot, runway 31, vacating at Hotel South via Hotel and Juliet. Yikes. It's a bit of a weird taxi, isn't it? Alright, let's go. Oh, it's Thai. Awesome. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yikes. Almost forgot I'm not taxiing a Boeing. Alright, doesn't look like we've got anything on final. Oh dear, what's going on here? That's better. Oh, what a muppet. I've unplugged my Tobii eye tracker. Just wondering why it wasn't working. Oh, that's annoying. Never mind. Tricky, what are you doing? I kind of feel like some custom scenery for this airport wouldn't go amiss if we were to fly here more regularly. Right, APU bleed off, APU off. Yeah, here we go, Foxtrot. Oop. I got to get myself like a little iPad that like sits here maybe or something, so I can see maps and charts easier. Malta traffic, air not 202, entering runway 31, will vacate at Hotel South for runway 23 taxi. It's a very unusual taxi, this, isn't it? So Hotel South, we've got a high-speed exit up here. Oops. Going all over the place. Got to stop looking at the charts while taxiing. This will be us. So we make a right and then a left. Malta traffic, air not 202, runway 31 vacated. Oh, I do miss having the eye tracker for on the ground. What are people talking about in the chat? You're all going crazy. Wrong this, wrong that. Alright, let's get Tara on. Engines into norm. Water brake set to max. Let's get our landing lights on. Takeoff config normal. That's good. Malta traffic air not 202, lining up runway 23. Yeah, these textures aren't having a good time, are they? Malta traffic Air 202 taking off runway 23. Malta traffic. Alright, let's do a flex takeoff. Left rudder required to keep us on the centre line. Let's get out of here. Positive climb. Gear up. Malta traffic Air 202 airborne, 2,300 feet. Sorry, I wanted to realise I had all the audio for VATSIM muted then. Okay, flaps up. What is going on with the scenery? It looks weird.
Malta traffic, Air Malta 135, X-ray, departing runway 23.
Alrighty. Standard. And standard. I think we'll continue to hand fly for the moment. It's nice to hand fly as much as possible given how much time we'll be spending in autopilot today. Alright, 10,000 feet is coming up. Lovely job. Beautiful, right. As Andy rightly points out. Let's let him out for a walk, shall we? Isn't 7500 hijacking or something like that? Right, sorry, I can catch up on chat now. What have we got? Who's been saying what? Lots of people arguing about wrong timelines, wrong everything, wrong universe. I'll skim right over that. The Great Hadoken says you have one of the Ryzen X3Ds. Yes, I do. I'm debating whether to get one of those now or hold off a couple of years and move on to the AM5 platform. Well, again, I would encourage you to ask yourself, what is the goal? Once you know what the goal is, you know what to buy. Tech is one of those things where you can just fall down the rabbit hole, and no matter what you do, you're always in a state of needing more, needing better, needing faster. Like for me, I wanted 4K 60 in this, and then in Warzone I wanted to get above 165 because my monitor's 165 Hz. I now have that. So, job done, I guess. Yeah, I thought so, Andy. Thank you. Stop trying to trick me, chat. I'm keeping my eye on you lot today. Oh, you just got the 7900 X2D. That's an interesting chip, that one, isn't it? Because that's actually 2 6 cores, one of which has the V-cache and one doesn't. Asprey, thank you again for the 20. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel. Like that's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I came from a 5600X, so, and I felt like I actually did need a new CPU because I felt like I was, sort of constantly up against it being CPU limited, especially in the sim. Oh, Wise Hat, thank you for the tenner, mate. Pro tip, always fly while being heavily drunk. Maybe we should do that. Flight sim, but I'm drunk. Oh, there's an idea, eh? Well, that would be interesting, Wise Hat, wouldn't it? Not sure IRL drunk flying is the best way to go, if I'm being completely honest. Right, let's check in on SimAware. See if we're likely to get anything at all in terms of ATC. So, here's me. There's Tricky closing in. Tricky's going to go over us in a minute, isn't he? That'll be Malta, that'll be Wasp. So, Nothing online yet. Oh, we got something on. We got London. London control up to flight level 195. Okay, so we're going to scoot right over that. Gatwick's got ground on. Heathrow's got tower. Stansted ground. And nothing elsewhere. Oh, have a good time in Australia. That's yeah, we had a good time in Australia, didn't we, with VATSIM? I thought the controllers were super cool as well. Do I spawn somewhere in Italy and join the flight? Yeah, you'd be more than welcome. The more the merrier. We're going to be a minute yet. Yeah, I thought they were pretty good. I thought the Australian ATC they were a great help to us. So how long before Tricky comes soaring over us? Typhoons. Well, hopefully we'll keep out of the way of them. As in Eurofighter typhoons, not actual typhoons, right? So what's this? This is Sicily, isn't it? That's a Spirit-wise hat. Well done. Alright, when we get to cruise, which is any minute now, we are going to go and grab some coffee. Wow, Tricky is right on our tail, look at that. Four and a half thousand feet above us, so it's okay. Yeah, that's right, Ben. So it looks like Tricky's already at cruise if we're gaining in on the altitude. You see it there, like dropping 3.9. We'll go 3.8 in this, yeah, 3.8, there it is. Oh, there he is, look. Cost index was 27, I think. Again, that's just what SimBrief suggested, so I just went with it, really. If I were to override the cost index, would it then require more fuel? If I went for a higher cost index. Yes, it probably would. We're going to see Tricky in a minute, aren't we, out that window? Do I think there'll be much of a performance improvement? I hope so. I'm really, really keen to test it. Would I be able to change it in Flight Wasp, or would I potentially run out of fuel? Right, Tricky is now in front of us. Only just. There he is. You probably can't see it because of the overlay. Give it a second. There he is. Yeah, okay, let's do it in here then. Let's see if we can do it. So let's do cost index 90. Yes, that's climbing up. Fuel predictions. 2.4 tons at Bristol. What do you reckon, Wasp? That looks alright, doesn't it? Alright, let's catch tricky. Change it in the perf page. It's already done. So I did it in the init, and that's obviously then gone through to the perf as well. That's quite good. Yeah, it does, Ben, yeah. It means you might climb more aggressively as well. So different airlines, I guess, based on their financial requirements. But then if they've been delayed at an airport and they need to get somewhere quickly, they might up the cost index, so at the expense of more fuel. Obviously it will cost them more in fuel, but it means that the next flight isn't delayed and the next flight isn't delayed, and they can claw back time that way. Fuel prediction, let's have a look. Does that look alright to you, Wasp? Right. It's time for a coffee. If any ATC comes online, Wasp, Tricky, would you tell him that Airnaut's making a coffee and he won't be a minute? Alright, we're back. How are we doing? Right, let's see if we can find our optimum cruise, because according to Tricky, there is a way to do that. Do some wind requests. Optimum is 350. Obviously we don't want to go 350 because that's an odd number. So I guess we're probably best off to stay where we are on that basis. LIEO. Can you remind me what that airport actually is? I'm not sure I'd recognise the code for that one. Ah, Sardinia. Okay, gotcha. EGNM. EGNM. Where's that? I feel like I always feel like I struggle with the codes. Like, obviously I know Gatwick, I know Bristol, I know Heathrow. NM, where's that? It's not East Midlands, is it? And LKPR, is that Prague? Gonna have to Google for it. Oh, Leeds. Of course it's Leeds. LKPR is Prague, I think. Yeah. I was going to get the... I was going to check out the Innie builds. Leeds Bradford, because they've just come out with one of a name. Maybe pick that up. Do a little flight over there. It's a cool airport, isn't it, that one? Very cool indeed, that one. I won't lie, I'm a little bit concerned about the landing today. I need to figure out actually how to sort the livery out for the A300. I'd like to do a cargo livery in that. I actually need to start flying that a bit more on stream because I have paid for it. I went and bought the aircraft. But I haven't really done a lot with it. Mostly because I'm not overly familiar with it. So there's a part of me that A, doesn't feel great streaming in it, and B, doesn't feel great going on to VATSIM with it. What's mainly just I feel a little bit rusty in this thing. Like when we were on the ground there, I forgot to do init page B. I never used to forget init page B. I used to know that like the back of my hand, but because I've been in the Boeing so much, you forget things. Use it or lose it, as they say. I think what I'll do, Andy, is I'll maybe do a little video of me just flying, probably not on VATSIM, but just point A to point B. Make like my first proper flight in the A300 video, or something like that, you know? Maybe throw in an imaginary hold. Just so I'm kind of doing all the things that I would maybe be asked to do on VATSIM. I've never once been asked to do a hold, actually. Oh no, I tell a lie. I was in observer mode with Felix one time. So I was following Felix. And he got asked to do a hold. And I remember thinking, oh, that's weird. I don't recognise that waypoint that the controller said. And neither did he. So that made me feel slightly better. And in the end, the controller was just like, turn left heading, whatever. Then after a minute or so, turn left heading. So it just basically put us into a hold 5 vectors. Yeah, it makes sense, Wasp, doesn't it? Like, each individual aircraft is quite complex, so better to be a master of one than a master of none. But on the other hand, for simmers, I think it keeps it interesting, doesn't it? It is, after all, just a sim, so maybe we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously and just enjoy the learning of all the different stuff. Because I think that's what keeps it fun. Like, the minute I know everything about this, and I've said it before, the minute I can put down a plane every time like I'm an autopilot, it's probably the day I get bored and stop. Hey, well done, Wysat. Well done, well done. That's when you change planes. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Can't wait for the 777. I think I'm probably going to do more cargo ops in the 777 than I am passenger. Because really in a 777, passenger ops kind of, by the plane's nature, requires long haul. And frankly, today is long enough for me. Probably a bit on the long side, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, like the thought of doing Heathrow to LA or whatever. No chance. The only way I could even entertain that idea would be to do it offline. So not on VATSIM, because there's no way I would sit there for 11 hours. Maybe leave it on overnight and wake up and do a landing. But then if you're going to just leave it on overnight, why not just spawn like 200 miles out from where you wanted to land, rather than wasting all that electricity overnight? I don't know. Hello, Adam. Morning, Belfast. How you doing? Belfast? How did I read that as Belfast? Ballarat. What an idiot. What it is, my chat monitor is quite a long way away. It's 1080p. I've got the monitor vertical, and the viewing angle on it's really bad when you turn it vertical. So it's probably not helping matters. Why did I read that as Belfast? What a fool. Anyway, Ballarat. Good to see you. No, hopefully not, Andy. Hopefully not. Seriously, they'll let you do that, White Hat. Ah, you changed your name, Nebula. You're confusing me. Does seem like a lot of electricity wasted there, doesn't it? But yeah, some cargo ops and 777 would be cool. In fact, let's have a look. Here we go. So this is Sim Toolkit Pro. So if we do a search for, I don't know, FedEx. I hope if I could type. Let's go with this one. So what aircraft have we got? If we go for a 777. There's quite a lot of shortish routes in a 777. Those are not big flight times, are they? Because originally I was a little bit concerned, thinking, oh no, I'm going to have to like start doing 5, 6, 7, 8 hour, 9 hour flights, but DHL UK, let's try them. Have they got any 777s? I mean, I know they're coming out with the 200 first, so it maybe doesn't line up perfectly with, you know, everything else, but DHL UK, and a lot of them are US flights. Yeah, there's certainly, let's bring the flight time down to within 3 hours. Well, there's plenty that can be done. Just because it's big stuff doesn't necessarily mean you have to be at the controls for 12 hours straight. Yeah, A300s would be cool. A306, I guess, will be the... Yeah, look at all those routes there, look. Perfect, that's right up our street. What else is there? UPS? Ah, the MD-11. UPS have got some MD-11s, let's go. Quite a lot of American routes. But again, look, not massive, are they? I guess it's a different kind of way of looking at things when you're dealing with cargo, because it's like, obviously with passengers, you need to assess demand, like where do people actually want to go. But if it's a question of where does stuff need to get to, kind of a lot different, isn't it? You know, if you've got a pile of stuff in Poland and it needs to get to Spain and there's a lot of it, well then you're going to use a big plane. It doesn't matter that it's a short route. Passenger demand does not equal cargo demand, I guess. WB FedEx. What's WB FedEx? Amazon's it's Prime Air, isn't it? What Amazon would be called. Let's just type in cargo, see what we get in terms of airlines. Cargo Lux, of course. They mostly do 777s though, don't they? Yeah, they do. Definitely looks like they specialise in the long hauls. Look at those routes. Flip. Lufthansa cargo? That could be interesting. What do they do inside of 4 hours? Nothing. Fair enough. So what's the difference between a 777L or a 77L and a 77F? Obviously the 77F is a freighter. What's an L? Where are you flying from? Why is that? You starting all the way back in Malta? Any sign of tricky yet? Still up there. Long range, so that's still a freight variant though, right? It's quite busy around here, isn't it? I think it's 200 with the 300 range. Okay. Yeah, initially I was a little bit like, oh, PMDG are only starting with the 200 variant, which I think they are. I think we're going to get the 200 variant first, but yeah, initially I was a little bit unhappy with that because I kind of wanted the 300. Having these grand visions of doing these big long-haul passenger routes. But actually, if we're doing cargo, 777-200 would be pretty darn good for that. Yeah, chuck us an email, Nebula. It's fine. You're easy 223. Okay, where are you then? There's Tricky, there's me. Oh, there you are. Look. There's Wasp. Is that Easy 223 down there, or is that Wasp? It must be. Yeah, the Wasp is going to be back here somewhere, I think. Jolly good. So again, yeah, shoot us an email, and I'll email you the link. I don't want to put it in chat because obviously it's a members only Discord, and putting it in chat will open the floodgates, so to speak. Or could potentially open the floodgates. I did that once before and I got a load of bots join. So, not keen to do that again. Right, what other cargo airlines can we think of? Let's see if we can get some routes. Lufthansa. Just trying to see if there's any that I obviously recognise. What other big cargo operators are there? Oh, BA. Which airways have cargo? Oh, Atlas, yeah, of course. Right, what have they got inside of 4 hours? Only 2 routes. Wow. So DHL Aero Espresso. So DHL International have quite a lot within Europe, don't they? What about DHL UK? Wow, they've got a lot more planes, haven't they? A lot more. A huge amount of shorter routes, though. But yeah, I think I'll give ourselves permission to do some shorter cargo routes. Let's look at British Airways again. See if we can filter by the right plane. We should then be able to filter by... What have they got? A321, A318, 320, 320X, A350, A380, 737-400, 800, 74, 772. What's 77W? Inside of 4 hours. Not a lot. EGFF to EGLL. 17 minutes. That must have been a repositioning flight, right? Or some kind of... Is that Cardiff? Yeah, it is, isn't it? That to me looks like a flight that went wrong and had to come down, to be honest. I think I need to modify the route planner on the website. Because it generates at midnight, but then if I want to schedule a stream the day before, that's no good, is it? So I almost need to know in advance what tomorrow's routes are going to be today. Let me show you. Check out the Airnot website, airnot.co.uk. So this area here on the right, this is on the home page. You've got daily featured routes. So this is the first one. So every day at midnight UK time, these regenerate. So you get something new each day. So we've got Bristol to Kos, Bratislava to Edinburgh, Naples to Heathrow. Notice how these are all passenger. Paris CDG to Amsterdam, Athens to Amsterdam, and now look, cargo. So what it does, out of all the routes that we've got, every day it pulls out 5 cargo and 5 passenger, and then it features those for that day. So if you're looking for somewhere to fly and you're not sure where or what to do, so you've got Basel Dublin, Brussels Frankfurt, Madrid to Brussels, Madrid to Nice, and Heathrow to Parma. And those are derived from here. You can see the size of this scroll bar. Just how much we have. So these are all the passenger ones. Click on the right here, then it switches to cargo about halfway down the page. These are all of our cargo routes. So I think in total there's about 800, yeah, 816. But you can search. So I don't know if you fancy Bristol being one part of the flight. You can see all the routes we've got going into Bristol. Oops. You can go ahead and fly that. Obviously, if you want to download the liveries, you can. If you want to check out my sim setup, you can. In fact, I need to update this, don't I? Because look, I updated my CPU. I've yet to update the GPU and the power supply. Maybe I should do that in a minute. I'm going to link some videos, so hardware where I've got reviews on the channel, like the yoke, I've done a review for. I'm going to put a little watch the review here. Toby Eye Tracker, watch the review. I guess I've sort of done a semi-review of this one, but I'm not sure it counts. But yeah, if you're looking for somewhere to fly, if you're looking for a route and you're just not sure what to do, just check out the daily featured routes. They refresh every day. But like I say, the issue is that really, I should be flying these routes if I'm going to go to all the effort of making a route planner. It seems a bit dumb that I'm not following the routes, but I like to try and schedule a stream the day prior to it happening. So if I'm going to schedule a stream for Wednesday, tomorrow, the 21st, I don't know what tomorrow's route's going to be because I've got a little script that runs and generates it. I don't know what it's going to choose until it's chosen it. So maybe I need to adjust it so it's planning 2 days ahead. Or maybe even 3 days ahead. Shows you all on the website today's, but then hides the next 2. I guess I could do a diary. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I could do a diary like the week ahead or something. I could do it on a Sunday. Do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Like these are the routes for the week. I don't know. What do you think? Weekly or daily? Sure. The V35 Bonanza. I don't even know what that is. I'm ashamed to say. So, do we have much online? Nothing. Crickets. Alright, frame check. First of all, let's see what the sim is doing. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. (42, 41), which should mean we're getting what, 82, 84 once frame gen's done its thing. 80, 81. Yeah. Ah, that's tricky. Speeding up. Cheers, Ben. Ah, I see. Single-seater propeller. I'll be honest with you, there's a very, very low probability of me making that livery. I was going to say we must have France coming up out the window. So that there is Nice, isn't it? What the hell? What happened there? I promise you I did not touch a thing. Promise. Promise, promise, promise. Auto throttle on. Did the weather just like reload or something? It felt like the engines just completely gave way then. Okay, that looks like everything's normal again. That's, I don't know, all I can think of was maybe that the weather reloaded. It's possible that that was it. Very weird, that. Well, we're still at flight level 360, auto throttle's back on. I think we just keep an eye on that. What's the HUD mod called that I'm using? Oh, you mean like the stuff at the top and the map? That is from Sim Toolkit Pro. So it's an application that you run alongside the sim and it connects to the sim. Don't be fooled though, Eric, it doesn't actually show in the sim. So if I think some people get confused by that. They think that it overlays the sim. It doesn't. It's actually a layer that goes into OBS, my streaming software. So it's really only so you all can see it. I don't actually see it looking at my TV that the sim is running on. But the layout, appreciate you saying it looks clean because it's a custom layout that I developed for it. They do give you one that comes with it, but it wasn't quite to my taste. Yeah, I mean, maybe there is a market for a mod that actually goes into that puts that into the sim. Because I bet a lot of people flying would just like to have that data easily readable in front of them. Yeah, I tried to sort of make it on theme a little bit. Sort of the same colours as the livery. Right, Nice coming up. So that's going to be the airport, isn't it, in Nice? There's the promenade. I remember standing up a hill in some fancy garden place in Nice one time. Round about there. You can see all the planes coming into land because they sort of wrap around the promenade. They sort of come into land and do a turn, fairly tight turn last minute. Very cool to watch. Still, that means we're not far away, relatively. Over halfway there now. Maybe. Is it halfway? Not quite. Between a third and halfway, I would say. Oh, I'm not ready. Thank you for the 5. Extreme's doing LIRF to LIML on the 739 from Ryanair. Very cool. As in the sim, I presume. I never did get the 739. Maybe if it goes on sale, I'll pick it up. Oh, Rob, you've missed everything, mate. You've missed the best bit now. I'll go back to sleep if I were you. We're just coming up over Nice. You've got Nice Airport down there. Oh, wrong side. Can't quite see over to Monaco yet, can we? I'm trying to work out where Monaco is. Is that it over there? I know, it's about an hour, isn't it? On the train from Nice. No, an hour on the bus. A bit less on the train. I don't know. I forget. I'm not ready with another one. Appreciate the support. Really do. Thank you very much indeed. Here we go. Yeah, I reckon Monaco must be... It's either that one. I think it's that one, right? It's got to be there. Or is it there? Let's have a look on the map. I don't know if this is actually going to tell us, is it? It's probably not. Quick look at a map and see so I think Monaco is gotta be... There's a river there. I don't know, I'm a bit lost now. I think that must be it. It's really not far though, is it? Discord server is for channel members only, but seeing as you donated this morning, if you chat me an email, I'll send you an invite link. But obviously, given that it's a members only Discord, I won't put it in chat. It's bad when the pilot doesn't know where he is. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair point. Just Monaco isn't immediately obvious from up here. Right, there's Nice. I reckon atmosphere. Down there. Yeah, Monaco is a weird place. Didn't stay in Monaco. Stayed in Nice because it was cheaper. And basically got the train over to have a look one day. I remember like the first like hour, I was just like a kid in a candy store. Like every time I heard a V12 engine go past me or whatever it was, like an Aston Martin, a Lamborghini, or this or that, whatever, I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. By the end of the day, I was just like, I don't care anymore. I was over it so quickly. You just become so desensitized to it. Could I do you a favour? Depends what it is. Become a member soon, just got to save up. But honestly, there's no pressure to become a member. Like, you mustn't feel under any pressure to do that. Very much appreciate the donation today and the support. That's enough, really. Appreciate you being here. Any sign of ATC online yet? Nothing, is there? We haven't done Wordle yet, have we? What do you all think about the featured routes thing, by the way? Rather than doing it daily if we did it weekly. What do you think? That might be the way to do it. Because then I can plan my streams ahead a little bit. If I know I'm going to stream on a Wednesday and we can all see what Wednesday's flights are, we can maybe start running some polls on the YouTube, like, do we want to go here, 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 or here? And vote for where you want to go. Obviously, you all can fly wherever you want. Like, if you want to join in, you can. If you want to fly another one of the featured routes for that day, you can. If you want to ignore these altogether, you can. Like, do whatever you want. But, yeah, I think maybe changing from daily to weekly might not be the worst idea. I'll get it built on my test setup, and then if it works out, we'll push it live. Minimums for 3.6 LMI. Yeah, sure. Let me have a look. LMML. And charts approach. Was it 3.6? Did you say? I've got 3.5. That must be it. 355.37. Is that what you're after? No worries. Look to your right. Alright, what are we going to see? What am I looking for? I think you're behind me, aren't you? According to Simaware, at least, anyway. Oh, you're next to Wasp, not me. I'm up ahead. Yeah, wrong person. Louise, how you doing? Nice to see you. Wrong plane. So I'm sure Wasp appreciated the flyby. think London control has just gone offline. So what are we likely to expect as we get into Bristol? Wind is currently 230 and 11, so runway 27 looks like it's probable. If it stays like that, I imagine it will. UNH 1026.
Traffic.
Oh, here we go. What is that? Is that you? You set off my traffic alert. Well, off he goes. Bye. Why is that? What are you doing? control is back, I think. Oh no, that's not London control. That is Gatwick director. So yeah, Gatwick ground, Stansted ground, and nothing at Bristol, which may well be just as well. What's down there? EGHH. What's EGHH? Is that... I feel like I should know that one. Bournemouth. Of course it's Bournemouth. Spirit became a member. Thanks for the support, really. Look out. Wise Hat, is that you? Alright, let's have a look. Runway 27. Supply the meta.
Clear of conflict.
Didn't catch a word of that.
Clear of conflict. Clear of conflict. Clear of conflict.
How you doing, Ashy? Thanks for the 40 baht. Nice airplane livery, cheers. Yeah, it took a very long time to do. Hey Sandre, watching from school. Oh, you do us all proud, okay? You work hard. Working hard or hardly working? That'll be Wise Hat alibi. Yeah, I mean, you're going to want to go 2,000, aren't you? Which I think you already are, Wise Hat, so... Yeah, if you find yourself a place to slot in, stay at 340, should be alright. Oh, you're still sick, Louisey? No way. Oh, sorry to hear that. Fear not. We've got the perfect stream for you today. We'll get you feeling right in no time. Frame check. That's the spirit. I might do a video, because I'm only at 150 terrain level of detail. I might do a video where I compare like how far can you push it with something like a 4080. At what point does it start to be a bit like, ugh, you're on the bleeding edge here, maybe dial it back a bit. I imagine we can probably get to 200 without too much of an issue. But I remember in the 3070, 300 and 400 just absolutely nailed it. Right, I'm just going to remove the stats on the map a minute. So I'm going to take the opportunity to get some screenshots for future thumbnails. Right, that'll do. So how far's top of descent? Be time to start thinking about that. Oh, not till after Biggin Hill. Got ages yet. Ages and ages. Is it a multiplayer game? So out of the box, I think it is. Yeah, you can use multiplayer, although it's a bit of a free-for-all. This is on VATSIM, so it's a separate thing, where the standards are a bit higher, where you're expected to know exactly what you're doing, really. What have you missed? I don't know, how long have you been gone for, Tricky? There's not a lot online, is there? I suppose it is a Tuesday, well, Tuesday afternoon now, but there is something nice about there being less online this time of day. A bit more chill, isn't it? Alright, Jack. Right, I'm going to have to take a chance and hop inside for a moment. Although we are coming up on Paris, aren't we? Tell you what I'll do, I'll disconnect from VATSIM momentarily. Right, disconnected. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, alright? I'm just going to pop inside to the house. I won't be long. Okie dokie, I'm back. Let's reconnect to VATSIM. Jolly good. Yeah, I think it's the time of day we fly, Jack. Like, we flew at the weekend into Gatwick. Wasp and I, we flew from Umea into Gatwick. And it's great as we came in towards London. Like, really felt alive. It's good. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to say. Anybody want anything? Too late now. Sorry, Tricky. So not too far to go now. What are we coming up on? Paris is coming up. Then it'll be time to start thinking about getting across the channel and then descending into Bristol. From what brand is my 4080 Super? So I got a Founders Edition, Louise, so it's direct from NVIDIA. To be honest, that was kind of what pushed me over the edge. I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about it, but I was looking at like the MSIs, the Gigabytes, the Asus, and all the different ones you can get. And here in the UK, MSRP is $959, which actually I thought wasn't too bad. I mean, I know it's still a lot of money, but given that it's $9.99 in dollars, it's quite nice to see that in pounds for once it was a lower number. It's almost like the good old days. But it seems the only way to actually get a $9.59 card is to get a Founders Edition, because everything else seemed like it's too much money. You're sort of up around the $11.50 mark, which I wasn't very happy about. I think the only way the value proposition made sense was if I could get one for MSRP. And as luck would have it, I checked on NVIDIA's site and they said they were in stock, having been out of stock for like a week. So I clicked on buy, and in the UK it sends you to Scan, who are a big retailer of computer parts. So Scan kind of act as the distribution partner. There's something about a Founders Edition as well. Like it's almost like the way I would compare a Founders Edition NVIDIA card to like some of the others is that it's almost like if Apple made a graphics card. Like it's all made of aluminium, metal, no RGB, just sort of tasteful white lighting on it. Oh, Jack, that reminds me of the ATR. I remember being so confused when the ATR didn't have an auto throttle. So how do these pilots fly this thing? You're constantly having to monitor speed. Absolute nightmare. Ricky, am I catching you up? What frames are we getting at 4K? So let's have a look. The sim is outputting 40, and that's because we're still bottlenecked by your CPU. If we turn that off, load up the NVIDIA stuff, you can see it's just doubling it up basically. Which is mighty impressive. I did a test the other night, once we'd landed at Bristol on stream. I was also multi-streaming to Twitch, and parked up at the gate, and the sim was outputting like 30 something, and I turned off the stream so all the encoding sessions ended and it went up to like 40 something. I then closed OBS and it then went up to like nearly 50, so it's like, oh, okay, maybe a streaming PC wouldn't be the worst idea. And I've got the GPU, I've got the CPU, motherboard and some RAM, got a power supply, got an SSD. Might not be the worst idea to do that. I would have to get a capture card, and they're quite expensive, especially to get a variable refresh rate one, which I think is what we would need to avoid any tearing. CPU and GPU, I'm still sat looking at them. I've got the GPU just sat on the desk next to me. In fact, I don't know if you can see it. It's there. Just sat there. My CPU's around here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, it's up on a shelf. Hey, we got tower. Nice. So we have. Look at that. Alright. Runway in use, runway 27, transition levels 7,000, surface wind 220 and 11, visibility 10 miles. Okay, it's looking alright then, isn't it? Knowledge receipt of information Foxtrot and advise aircraft type on first contact. Bargain. Well, that's worked out, hasn't it? Definitely feeling like I'm catching you, Tricky. Obviously Bristol knew we were coming, so... that's what it is. You can tell we're getting nearer to home, just like the blanket of cloud that we're now facing. Ricky, did you not think about that before you did today's flight? Yeah, it's not a particularly long runway. This I would smack it down and get the reverses on ASAP. Would you say it's worth doing anti-ice given that it is minus 33 tat and it's cloudy? Looks like we've got some high level cloud coming up. That's the only reason I mention it. Will a Boeing tell you as well? As in 737? Light on the overhead panel. Okay, got it. Tricky, we better put some distance between each other, hadn't we? You're behind me. Let's have a look. Can't see anything much at the moment. Let's go Mach 0.81. Put some distance between Tricky and I. Because I've been catching him for the last little while. Tricky, did you want to go first, or do you want me to slow down? Looks like Tricky's speeding up again. Hello, Green, you're right. Not to worry. Guessing we can't even see Paris down there, can we? Yeah, barely see anything. The airport down there. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Look. Very cool. Yeah, it didn't like that, did it? Didn't like Scandinavian mountains. Don't know why. I think Tricky is directly above us. Yeah, we're speeding up now. Cheers, Tricky. Nah, there's plenty of room. There's a good 4,000 feet between us. Tricky's up at flight level 400. I've temporarily sped up Tricky. Yeah, that should give us... I mean, Tricky's already 2.5 miles behind, so that should give us some good separation. Well, I mean, Tower's online, Tricky, so... I'm going to presume... BRI 1? That's kind of what I've plumbed in here earlier. We're going to plan. I'll show you. Yeah, into Bristol, out and around, teardrop in. I mean, does Tower only really need to does Tower only care once we're on final? What have you guys been planning? You're just going to go direct? Could do like Posmac straight to CF27. That's the other option. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Posmax CF27. That'll do. Saves all the weaving around. Only one other plane on the tarmac, it seems. Or at least we'll get ground as well if tower's online. I'll probably get sent to cargo. Let's have a look at go-around procedure, shall we? Make sure we're clear on what we're doing if that happens, because I've got a funny feeling it might today. I won't lie. Climb straight ahead 3000 N as directed. Easy, I can do that. And then tower can hopefully vector me round to have another go. Caution, pilots may experience wind shear turbulence, especially if the wind is strong. Westerly. What's the frequency? 133850. So given that we've got rid of the BRI approach, has that then pushed our top of descent back? Or forward, rather? Because it was... yeah, after big. That's alright. Alright, the channel's coming up. Right, Louise, you seen a bit, mate? Yeah, good idea, Tricky. Afternoon music. Alright. We're nearly home. Nearly home. Proper little convoy going on, haven't we? So, top of descent, let's have a look. It's just after Biggin Hill.
اي والله دقيقة ما تخير.
So you got 28, 11, so that's 39, 59, 82 miles. You got an open mic going on there, buddy? Alright, 1026. Temperatures 10, 220 and 11. Anyone else getting that open mic? I've turned it down so you don't have to hear it, but... It's on COM 2. I just changed COM 2. I don't understand what you mean, Tricky. I'm on 122.8. Check on the chart for the Barrow. So it's there. 801 decision altitude height. So what was all that about, Tricky? I'm a bit unsure. Oh, over here you mean? I see. I see. I hadn't considered the other side. That does make sense, though, now you say it. Change to what, sorry? Oh, right, I see. And then what's 3? Oops. So if I put it back the other side, I change to VHF2. Aha. That does make a lot more sense. So switch that one over. Got it. What do you mean by on guard, Wasp? There's top of descent, we can see it. We're not far now, are we? So I would say we'd get some views of Heathrow, but I don't think we're going to, are we? Oh no, is that the same person on Unicom now? Ah, that's better. The hot mic has ended for now. I turned it all down so you didn't have to hear that through the stream, so hopefully you didn't hear that. I'll use the ILS as a guide, but I'll do the actual flying. Right, let's turn on the VATSIM audio again. X-ray up in November. Can I hear myself then? That was weird. Oh, it's because I've got it tuned twice, isn't it? Yeah, let's go to VHF2. Yeah, I just realised that. Okay, better tell people I'm descending, I suppose. X-ray for November 202, flight level 340, descending for the ICTAM 1 Bravo arrival into Bristol. Jolly good. Not far to go. We've got a headwind which is sort of helping us out as well. What does walloping mean, Tricky? Does that mean a supervisor comes and takes a look? Cool, got it. Well done, Tricky. Sorting it all out. Right, who's ready for a terrible landing into Bristol? Right, we're going to start needing to lose some speed here, aren't we? So it wants us at 300 at Asham. Or rather, we're limited to 300 knots at Asham. Presuming we have a decel point. See how the plane reacts to being slowed down. Quite a lot of speed to lose there, really, between Posmax and So transition was 7,000, wasn't it? Yeah, 700. UNH 1024. That's starting to look like Bristol out the window, isn't it? Green fields, etc. Yeah, let's hold it at 260. You can always lose the last 10 knots fairly easy. Yeah, don't you worry. Mind you, I'll have to be quick. It may be a bit of a struggle, actually. Yeah, maybe I did slow down a little bit preemptively there. Though weirdly it was showing like 290 at Posmax, so I felt like I needed to get ahead of it a little bit. Alright, 10,000 feet. Well, not looking too bad. Okay, let's get QNH 1024 because we're about to transition. Give ourselves a little bit of speed brake to help us out. Just get ourselves back on profile. I guess we should probably start thinking about contacting tower shortly. We'll see if we can not mess this up. So runway 27, bit of local knowledge into Bristol, you're sort of landing up a bit of a hill, so going heavy on the flare isn't exactly the worst idea here, because you can sort of get away with it because the ground comes up to meet you. Speed brake's still out, my bad. Let's get that Bristol Tower, shall we? $338.50. Bristol Tower, good afternoon. X-ray Alpha November 202, just turning on to final, about 12 miles to run. Information hotel on board, aircraft type Airbus A320.
X-ray Alpha November 202, Bristol Tower, good afternoon, continue approach.
Continue approach, X-ray Alpha November 202, thanks. Okay, flaps 1. Approach mode on. Flaps 2.
Roger, squad continuity, the Cotswold 1023, the Portland 1024 squad.
Bristol, Tomjet 67 Alpha, stand 25, request push and start, please.
Stand by, Fenix A320, Charlie, you ready for immediate departure?
A for Fenix A320, Charlie.
Fenix A320, Charlie, via Alpha X-ray clear for immediate takeoff, 772 knots.
Via Alpha X-ray clear to immediate takeoff, Fenix A320, Charlie.
Tomjet 67 Alpha, push start cruise.
2,500. Tomjet 67 Alpha.
Get out. Okay, we've got auto brake medium, gear down, flaps full, speed brakes armed, lights are on. And we've got hardly any visibility. Yay.
X-ray Alpha November 202, there's one ahead to depart, specific 22013 knots, expect late landing clearance.
Expect late landing clearance, X-ray Alpha November 202. Okay, go around altitude is set to 3000.
Bristol Tower, hello. Flight 57 heavy with you. 8 miles to 27.
X-ray Alpha November 202, runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 27, X-ray Alpha November 202.
The speed will call for?
Flight 57 is 8 miles, 27.
1000.
Speed 57, roger, can you reduce your minimum approach speed?
We are minimum due to traffic ahead from Flight 57.
Roger, that's my concern. Expect a late landing clearance.
Got that then, Flight 57.
Thanks, 26 Charlie, nothing further, continue, come on, use that flight, bye bye.
1000.
Alright, shall we take it manual?
Bristol Tower, good afternoon. Air Malta 135 X-ray. Turning final for 27. 10 miles to run.
Malta 135 X-ray, good afternoon, number 3, the QNH 1.
Oh my goodness.
Flight slow.
New approach for Air Malta 135 X-ray.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
God, I don't like this.
Flight slow.
I'm trying.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
Flipping heck.
40. 30. 20. Retard.
Go on, down you go. Oh my god. What on earth was that? That should have been a go around really, but I'm tight on time. That was hideous.
X-ray Alpha November 202, vacate right, quick scan, good off.
Okay, right, ASAP. X-ray Alpha November 202.
Bristol Tower, if you want me on 10 miles southwest, 2,000 feet.
Man, that was hideous. Absolutely hideous.
Clear to enter the zone VFR, not above 2,000 feet. Position for left right join is 2 to arrive ahead.
Alright, we need to practice in this a lot. Because that was flipping awful. Absolutely awful.
57, runway 27, clear to land, and 22012 knots.
Yes, land 27, speed bird 57 heavy.
X-ray Alpha November 202, taxi Golf Whiskey to stand 30.
Golf Whiskey, stand 30, thanks. X-ray Alpha November 202. Whoops. Go on, Tricky, down you go. Do better than I did. Flipping heck. It was hideous from me over there. It looks like you're down.
Uh-oh. 57, vacate right on 81.
Okay, Golf. Where are we going? Stand. 30. Nah, that wasn't.
135 X-ray, runway 27 clear to land, subsequent 22012 knots.
Clear to land for Air Malta 135 X-ray.
There's no way we can even begin to sugarcoat that.
It's going to go silent.
Fury 1, report left base.
Report left base, yeah, which is the home base.
Getting a little bit lost here. Stand 30.
57 Golf, hold Zulu 1.
Block.
Zulu 57, taxi Golf, and hold Zulu 1. He'll be parking 26.
Golf, hold Zulu 1 and expect 26 as the best weapon.
Tomjet 67 Alpha, request taxi please.
Tomjet 67 Alpha, taxi Zulu to hold Alpha X-ray.
Taxi via Zulu, hold Alpha X-ray, Tomjet 67 Alpha.
Alright, this is me up here, I think. And stand 30. Is that you, Wasp? Man, that was probably one of my worst landings I've ever had on here in a long time. I feel like maybe once we get parked up and disconnect, we need to load up FSI panel and have another go at that.
57, you can continue taxi, park 76.
Continue past 81 to stand 26. Request by 7 enemy.
Yeah, it's all a good moment to learn from, for sure. I just feel like I fundamentally was messed up on that one from the start.
Malta 135 X-ray, taxi Golf Whiskey, and you'll be parking stand 32.
Stand 32 for Air Malta 135 X-ray via Golf and Juliet.
Golf and Whiskey.
My apologies, Golf Whiskey.
Alright, we are going to disconnect from VATSIM because I cannot leave a stream like that. That was absolutely hideous. Disconnect from VATSIM. Where's FSI panel? We've got to have another go at that because that was absolutely flipping awful. Again, it's like the whole... You got to keep trying. Yeah, you're right, King Bob. Yeah, that's one thing I've learned fairly early on is that the Fenix is a different ball game. I feel like I was getting there with it not so long ago, but that I don't know whether that's just a one-off or what. So we'll have another go. Thanks to FSI panel, we can do these things. I mean, really, I should have just gone around, but I sort of didn't want to. I don't know why. I should have done. Properly messed that one up. Never mind. I felt like I was sinking the whole time as well. That didn't help. Yeah, sorry, Tricky. I completely messed that one up. Probably best you didn't see it. Suffice to say, I now feel the need to have another go. Yeah, FSI is a separate piece of software. Basically, with study level aircraft that are kind of a bit of an effort to get up in the air and get yourself in a position where you can land properly, it kind of shortcuts all that stuff and does it for you. So it's just configured the plane for landing, just like we were a few minutes ago, basically. So you can see that we've got the ILS all ready to go. Approach mode armed. I think ultimately it's just an unfamiliarity thing. I feel like if I was in the 737 I'd have nailed that. But not so much with Phoenix. Which tells me I need to practice more. So maybe we should get out in Phoenix a lot more. I've already done a review of it, you can find it on the channel. Yeah, very much like it. Alright, so let's take control now. And we'll just take it easy. Much smaller inputs this time. No panicking. Using the flight directors as a bit more of a guide. I think maybe I disconnected autopilot too late and I was kind of like, didn't quite have the feel for it. That's possible. I probably flared too much because I was panicking about the uphill runway. Basically I panicked. And when you panic, you mess it all up.
1,000.
I feel like I'm constantly chasing it up and down a bit. Oh, just pulled the auto throttles out of sync. Gripping the levers too hard.
$500.
Low. Keep that nose down, you.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
That's better. That's better. Not perfect. Not perfect, but I'll take that. That's better. That's not bad, is it? Should we do one more? Let's do one more for the people. Yeah, I just got in a bit of a panic, didn't I, last time? So what you do, you select your airport, you select your runway, then you select where you want to start from. So downwind, vectors, base. I normally go for long final. I guess we could do short final. Let's try short final. Then you click move AC, so move aircraft. In a minute it will tell us, in the case of the Airbus, to put our levers into climb. In the Boeing it wouldn't tell you that. Yeah, landing rate monitor. So the first one, our first landing was 60, was that 67? That's not bad. Here we go, let's just say everything's ready. Set your thrust levers into the climb D10. Okay, so we'll do that. Cheers, Aaron. Yeah, I mean, really, my error there on the first landing was not doing a go-around. That should have been a go-around. So, everything's just getting set up at the minute.
2,500.
You'll notice you sort of jump up and down a little bit while the plane's configuring itself. That's FSI panel handling all of that. And when the time is right, it will tell us to hold the brakes for 3 seconds and we take over. Yeah, I feel like I'm constantly chasing the Airbus up and down a little bit. Like we're going nose up, nose down, nose up, nose down. I find it very hard to just kind of hold it. You hold your brakes for 3 seconds, take control. Excellent, let's get approach mode armed, so then once we intercept it, it'll be good. Hey, well done, Tricky. I mean, in fairness, I nearly did. We're doing a bit of ice skating there for a minute. Have another go. Looks like we're holding the glide slope fairly well this time. Here we are now drifting.
500.
Yeah, so this is probably where you should call a go around, isn't it? If you're off centre like this, up close to the runway. Although we are recovering, in fairness. Right, nose down.
100.
Looks like we're going to be a little bit offset here if we're not careful.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Way.
Retard.
Not quite as nice, that one, was it? Yeah, we just weren't stabilised, were we? That one was nowhere near as good. Let's do one last one. So we can end on a high. levers into climb. Yeah, so possibly the crosswind causing us a little bit of aggro there as well. Because I sort of came... the crab went a little bit wrong, so then you're trying to correct the crab and then you overcorrect it. And basically, we weren't stabilised. We came off being stabilised.
$2,500.
I don't know, Pop Rock. Don't know. Brought us in a little bit low here, isn't it? Right, we'll start with an approach, mode armed, and then we'll turn it off.
$1,000.
Right, let's keep it going. Looks like we're pretty stable here. We've dipped our nose a bit too much. We're going to have to recover out from that.
$500.
Not to the right again, haven't we? It's quite windy, mind, though, isn't it?
100.
There we go. Nose down.
Flight slow.
40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Not sure what's happening with those textures there. Go on, straighten up. Thank you. Yeah, the wind is causing us a bit of a trouble, I think, it's fair to say. 200 feet per minute. I'll take that. I'll take that. But yeah, suffice to say, we need a lot of practice in the Fenix, so expect to see a lot more of it on stream, because I kind of feel like when you're struggling with something... Look at that windsock. Yeah, when you're struggling with something, the way to beat it is to do more of it. There we go. Right, folks, it is almost 2 o'clock. I need to get gone, but thank you very much indeed for watching. And I will see you in the next video or the next stream. Until then,